There's nothing that the judge can do at that time. Right. That lawyer, not only because they just refused to give that lawyer right there could have decided but he could have also said, yeah, sure, go ahead and promote that. You're on your own, girl. No.
So it's actually gaining viewers.
Yes.
They're like, come on, Lori, we couldn't see her get shot.
So apparently yesterday, she sent Law&Crime an email that said, excuse me, I can put that off. This is bigger than we thought. So that's why your email was so well received. The other side is the same as this side. It's the window with like 5 rows of seats. Everybody's on this end. The media and the public. I don't know where to say. Because the other, I think they were talking freely, and then somebody, and they started this. I wasn't like, I was standing up against the wall. I wasn't like obviously trying to listen, but then outside.
I saw the feet afterwards. They were way out of phase.
They were,
but it made it 10 times worse. So maybe they weren't that far out of phase. Her yellowness just accented.
Yeah. I'm standing next to her. I was like, she smiles.
That's no mercy. Well, so did I. I thought they might have it like to a play down and just put the 32 they had it. They were just putting 30 minutes. If I were them, I wouldn't be trusting not to keep that on. So that's what we assumed, is that we had to sit there and wait for 30 minutes.
For it to
Flush.
finish funneling through.
Yeah, flush the buffer.
You guys are working too hard.
I know. Don't tell anybody. get the same way.
That's okay.
Start throwing around and shit. Fresh out.
Oh, probably. They listen to records.
Okay, your gesture was like, bitch. I was like,
Well, changed out the camera and everything. I told him, I hope they send it to the camera. It's got lines and not come out with this kind of stuff.
I'm telling you, I wasn't really sorry. I just
questioning.
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right. The record's been made. I also put a little bit of additional information regarding Detective Kuhn's testimony into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted today to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, well, your objection's noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, wait. Do you have whatever exhibit?
I believe.
They're all in order.
Okay.
And then
All right, let's bring the jury in. Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, I
My
guess,
follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a short wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of short mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing?
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned?
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a short wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a short wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It was a full T-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the T-shirt, where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts, so it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the short wound.
Object again that we've asked and answered this 3 times
Sustained.
now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a short wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
as an expert?
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a short wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the two different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so, did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look
Just
at these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well. I'm there. So, in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am?
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard, and upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close, so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion?
Correct.
Okay. That's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual exhibit?
She can approach and.
Okay.
Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at Exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going
said?
to object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area, is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question. Just
what?
could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is
Yes.
that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Well, let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
And object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha, Carolina, and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Yes, thank you. All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected?
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun.
Yes.
Now you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective. But in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And you know, I'm going to put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes.
Do casings bounce and roll?
They do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, But to me, it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, saying from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? And putting up Exhibit 244, that's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. If I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions. Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph that there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward,
Yes.
and then given the distance away from Charles, this would be, in your mind, consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to this scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so, again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound, and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
If I may go get her. State calls Nancy Joe Hancock.
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Joe?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay, so you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow?
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Leading? Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019, so since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time.
He
had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens, no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some women that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down?
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there, and told him we probably should leave, and then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next day? Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym. And yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there, so it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
Okay. So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No.
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
No.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and, then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man.
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611, harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman, is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance, you stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight? Maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar. This witness shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
What the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Okay, so there is Lori Vallow Daybell wanting to do a sidebar. So it's been very interesting so far today. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching the Lunch Show Q&A here on Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions. So drop them into the chat, and we will gladly take all of them. It's been a hot day. It's been getting spicy there in the courtroom in Arizona, and Gigi McKelvey is going to tell us all about it. She is here with us, as is Rich Schoenstein. He is a litigator. So Gigi, she is the host of the Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast and also works with us here at Law and Crime. So Gigi, tell us what is going on. We know right now that Nancy Jo Hancock is on the stand.
Oh, Anjanette, wow. It got tense. It was awkward. And one thing, Nancy Jo clearly knows how to get under Lori Daybell's skin. We saw Lori switch from that really soft-spoken, pro se, defending herself, to really sort of acting like a scorned wife, referring to Charles as my husband. Did you know he was married? Do you go out with married men, which is pot calling the kettle black? It's been so wild there this morning, Anjanette. The tension in the room, we all were just looking around at each other at certain points, wondering, is this going to escalate even further?
Yeah, most definitely. And this is what all of us were saying was going to happen. All of us who've been watching this case unfold, Gigi, we've been watching her go through the motions of kind of representing herself and trying to make some points on cross-examination. And she was doing that earlier in the day with Detective Coons. And she's been able to kind of rein it in and hold in her emotions when she questions people like Detective Coons. But then we knew something was going to change when people who had a personal stake in this, or who were more witnesses who had a personal connection to the case, got involved.
Yeah, and we saw that today. I mean, this is the woman that Charles went on a date with just hours before he was shot and killed. She said they were together till after 10 o'clock that night. They closed the restaurant down and carried the conversation out into the parking lot for another 45 minutes. And they had been texting and calling for a good bit over, maybe a couple of weeks. But Charles was very open with her about what he was dealing with as far as Lori and this separation and everything that was going on. And when she got on the stand, you just immediately, once Lori got up for cross, you could tell by the first sentence out of her mouth, it was personal. She had shed that I'm pro se, I'm defending myself persona. And at this point, it is personal. And Lori is really having a hard time containing her emotions in that courtroom right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And so we are, of course, on the lunch break. We are going to be taking your questions for the rest of the week when the court is on the lunch break. So Lori, or Gigi, pardon me, I called you Lori. I don't know why I did that. So that was an accident. But Gigi, talk to me about what could possibly happen after lunch. Tell us a little bit about what the judge said again to Lori, because things could get really crazy after lunch. She's got some time. Lori's got some time to cool down, but talk to us about what could go on after lunch.
Well, Lori wanted to ask Nancy Jo, what did Charles tell you about me? In other words, this is a curiosity voyage for Lori. She just wants to know the gossip. And the jury was sent out of the room, and the judge warned her, you could be opening a very big door with this line of questioning. And Lori said, okay. So we broke for lunch. And so maybe her advisory council over the lunch hour is going to talk her off of the ledge a little bit and say, you do not want to open this up, because then a lot of this religious stuff is going to come in. Most likely JJ and Tylee's murder, which she is convicted of, is going to come in, and that's going to change the trajectory of this trial in 180 degrees. And it's not in her best interest, but I just don't know if Lori is going to be able to resist. She wants to know what was some of the last things Charles Vallow ever said about her before her brother Alex Cox shot and killed him.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is where she could just, I mean, it's not looking good anyway, a lot of this evidence, but this is where things could get really, really bad for her. Let's go to Rich now. Rich Schoenstein is here. He's a litigator, also as a host at Law&Crime, was when we were doing stuff on the network. So Rich, you have been watching this case and you are a litigator. This is something you do. You represent people. You go into court and you give opening statements. You cross-examine witnesses. So what are your thoughts so far on Lori Vallow Daybell? She prefers to be called Daybell. What are your thoughts on her performance so far in this trial?
Well, Anjanette, I do represent people in court, but the one person I'll never represent in court is myself, because we all know that is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad idea. And I have to say that Lori Vallow Daybell has done a better job than I thought she would. She gave an almost competent opening statement. I mean, she kept saying what the evidence is going to show, which I wouldn't have done, but it was coherent. It was better than I thought it was going to be. And generally speaking, her examinations have even been better than I thought they would. But this is a perfect example of why you don't represent yourself. She's letting her personal feelings affect her lawyering. This is becoming a personal thing between her and this woman, and she's going to completely blow up her own defense because of it. She has no objectivity. That is one of the many reasons you should never represent yourself at trial.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, Rich, we've got some questions coming in. We are taking your questions during the lunch hour. Of course, court is on the lunch break right now, so keep those questions coming in to our YouTube chat. Rich and Gigi and I will answer all of them. And Rich, we've got one for you right here. This comes from Hannah, and Hannah wants to know, what kind of thing would Lori have to do for the shock belt? She's wearing that rack belt that can be activated by the remote control. What would she have to do for that belt to be used? And Rich and Gigi, I love this. Hannah is messaging us from the UK. I love it when our overseas viewers chime in.
Well, Hannah, I've never actually been in court with someone in a shock belt, but I assume that's there to prevent her from fleeing or hurting somebody. I mean, the judge isn't going to shock her when she asks an objectionable question. He's just going to sustain an objection. So I think that's there if she were to try to escape. You know, she's in court. She's allowed to wear civilian clothing. She's not in shackles because she's defending herself. And so to let her be in front of the jury, they let her dress like she wants to. So the shock belt is there as a restraint. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and if this is something that they would activate if she got physical, I'm assuming if she moved, if she lunged, if she lurched. You know, Gigi, have you heard any gossip around the courthouse or any kind of scuttle about the shock belt since you're down there? Have people been kind of talking about this at all?
Yeah, and actually we're waging bets if that's going to be used after lunch for the first time, because worked up as she was before we went to lunch, once she hears what Charles was saying about her, if she chooses to go down that road, I don't think she's going to like it very much. You know, it's clear she didn't want to wear it. At the pretrial hearing, she pointed out several times there were going to be armed guards stationed, and her understanding was if that was the case, she wouldn't have to wear it. But the judge said, my courtroom, you're wearing it. So clearly she's a bit nervous, but we will see if it has to be used. I mean, I guess we will know real quick when she's standing up and then just flops down on the ground like a fish.
Yeah, if they have to use it. And, you know, the sheriff, that was his recommendation. It was either the vest or the belt. And the belt seems like the least obtrusive of the two. Gigi, here's another question for you. It's the real world. This is a question for you. How was Nancy a witness? And so explain to us the backstory here. We know that Nancy Jo was kind of seeing Charles. They were, they weren't exclusive, but they were dating each other before he was murdered. So I guess it's the real world wants to know, how was she a witness?
Yeah, so Charles, look, I mean, Lori left Charles in January of 2019. They had a brief reconciliation in April. That's when she was there to get his finances in order. But Charles started looking on LDS dating sites just to get back out there. It was clear Lori was the one having an affair. And so Charles met her, and they seemed to have hit it off really well. She just testified they would talk for hours on the phone. They texted a lot, and this was actually the first time the two had met in person. The night before he was shot and killed, she said they met up about 7, closed the restaurant down at 10, and then carried that conversation into the parking lot for another 45 minutes or so. She knew his plans, and they had plans to get back together that next day. So it was somebody that he had met online, nothing serious. He was talking to other women, but they were just sort of exploring this new venture. And for Charles, like she said, Charles was still talking in a very loving and supportive way about Lori, even though she had done him so wrong. And I think that speaks volumes. And the one thing I do want to point out about Nancy Jo, she's getting under Lori's skin, and it's very obvious. She is pushing these buttons because at one point Lori was asking her, well, you met once and he told you my whole life story, and she said, don't flatter yourself. We didn't just talk about you. And Lori's body language just shifted. You could see her kind of moving. And so very telling, but it's interesting to me that she's playing jealous almost with this woman when she was leaving Charles and having a very active physical and emotional affair with Chad Daybell at this very time.
But Gigi, this seems like almost kind of high school. And Rich, you can probably opine on this too, but don't you guys think it's probably, even if she is into Chad and wants to be with Chad, she still kind of wants Charles to want her and be in love with her, to love her? Don't you think that's kind of some weird thing that she probably was doing? Gigi, you first.
Yeah, I think that Lori, there were two sides to this. Chad was her spiritual equal, and Charles had the money. So, when she went back in April to reconcile, is what she told him. Really, it was just to get his finances back in order. But I think that she kept Charles on enough of a leash to where if this all went south with Chad Daybell, I think in her mind, she thought Charles will take me back. I think that's why she didn't want to press charges when he took her purse way back in January when all this started, because she knew if this went south with Chad and she divorced Charles, she wouldn't have any money. She was a hairdresser, and she didn't come for money. So it's just interesting to me. Very high school, but yeah, I'm dating somebody else, but I don't want anybody talking to the guy that I've dumped. Yeah, it is very high school, but with Lori, that's kind of the mentality we've seen with her throughout the last 5 years.
Yeah, definitely. And Rich, what are your thoughts on that? Because it almost, that's what it seems like to me. Like, she doesn't want Charles to be interested in anybody else, but she wants to go be with Chad Daybell, and according to prosecutors, wants to murder Charles.
Right. So from the defense perspective, I could see making something of this, saying, well, actually, she still had feelings with Charles. She wasn't necessarily finished with him. She still loved him. And of course, because of that, she wouldn't have been involved in his murder. The problem with that argument is it's a really narrow needle to try to thread between her having feelings for Charles that might be viewed as favorable to the defense to seeming like a jealous, kind of unstable person who probably would be likely to be involved in something like she's accused of. And I don't think she can thread that needle. I would have stayed away from this whole argument if I was her.
Gigi, we have a question from the Law and Crime staff for you. How did the jury react to Lori and Nancy Jo's interactions?
Oh, they were so uncomfortable, and just their faces, you could tell that they probably felt bad for Nancy Joe. It didn't put Lori in the best light. This is the first time they've seen the Lori Daybell. They've seen a very muted version of her up until today. Very awkward glances. Now, this jury is mostly men, and even that, you know, you would think women would be a little more ooh, but the men were kind of looking at the ceiling, shifting awkwardly in their seats, kind of like a ping pong match back and forth, because Nancy Joe was giving it right back to Lori. Definitely uncomfortable at times for them, but also very invested, because, you know, it's sad to say, but it's like a reality show in real time where you've got, you know, almost like the Real Housewives fighting. So they were definitely invested, but some looks where you think a couple wanted to crawl underneath their seats too.
And it's interesting to me that, you know, Lori is playing, you know, she keeps saying my husband, you know, talking about Charles, like my husband. Yes, he was still your husband, but, you know, she didn't want anything to do with him. So I'll be interested to see, you know, what happens when she's questioned about that, when she testifies. Rich, let's go to you now. This is a really good question from Margaret E. This is a legal eagle question for you. Can Trina K, the prosecutor, now prep the witness over the lunch break and tell her to go ahead and discuss Lori's decline and religious atrocities as observed by Charles, and that she called him Ned?
Well, so as a technical point, I don't think the prosecutor can prep the witness over the lunch break, because the witness is in the middle of being cross-examined. Mm-hmm. And generally, you're not supposed to talk to your witness while they're undergoing examination. But presumably, if the prosecutor was smart, she had previously prepped the witness to be able to go there if this came up, because the idea that Lori would open doors to testimony that would otherwise be precluded, that had to be on the mind of the prosecutor. That has to be something that they're prepared for, and actually in some cases would welcome.
And I kind of think that, you know, Nancy Joe, you know, she's probably been following this case, and she spoke really, you know, in a really nice way about Charles, about how he seemed like a really nice guy and everything. I mean, she's probably trying to push Lori's buttons, don't you think, Gigi?
100%. You could see it. I mean, she would give it right back to her, and Lori would very physically react to it, not in a big way, but if you're watching her, definitely reaction. And I think that Nancy Joe, even though she very briefly knew Charles Vallow, I think she had a good idea of the man he was, and the man we've all heard that he was throughout these years, which is a good man who loved his family and still loved Lori in spite of all that. So I think just the type of man that Charles was, maybe she feels like she is doing him an honor, and this is the last thing she can do for somebody she bonded with so quickly, is to get up there and give it right back to the woman that had him killed, allegedly.
All right, we've got a question for you from Adrian Ferguson, and this question comes from Scotland. She's in Scotland, Adrian is. So thank you so much, Adrian, for watching. And I think I actually see you on Twitter sometimes, or X. For our amazing panel, hi from Scotland, she says, do you think Lori will testify? I mean, she said she would, Gigi, but she could always change her mind.
She could change her mind, but look, the thing is this, all of her defense witnesses, as of right now, we know maybe 3 that the judge is going to allow out of 12. We still don't know about her expert witness. I think she takes the stand, because I think Lori, in her own mind, thinks if I sit up there and tell my story, I'm going to convince this jury it was self-defense, and then I will beat this charge and go back to Idaho and do my 3 life sentences. I do think she'll testify. I'll be very surprised if she doesn't.
And Gigi, just to follow up from Stormy, do you think, or do you know if Colby Ryan, Lori's older son, is in the courtroom?
Have not seen Colby all week long. No, he has not been here. Her uncle Rex is here, as well as a couple of her cousins on that side. But other than that, nobody here for Lori, and not sure if he's planning on coming or not, but we have not seen him.
Hey, Anjanette, can I add a thought about Lori testifying?
Yes, most definitely.
All right, so because I've been thinking about this, to me, she's boxed herself into testifying by being her own lawyer. This is one of the problems of representing yourself. She's given an opening, she's standing up in front of the jury, asking questions of all these witnesses, presumably she's going to do a closing. It's going to stand out more than it does in an ordinary case if she doesn't testify. And I know she has a constitutional right not to testify, and I know the judge would instruct the jury to disregard it. But in a case where she's acting as her own advocate, if she doesn't tell her story, that's really going to hurt her. And I think for that reason, she almost has to testify.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. Rich, I've got another question for you. This is a really good one from Nina Stanek. And she's asking, does Lori understand what open the door means for her? I mean, you would think her advisory council had maybe sat down with her before this whole thing started and explained to her these very basic legal terms.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I would think that somebody's explained that to her. Also, she's been through multiple trials. You know, she's very familiar with this process. But, and that's one of the problems, again, with her doing this. She wants to ask the questions she wants to ask. She wants to confront witnesses in the way that she wants to confront them. And I'm not convinced, I'm certainly not convinced today that she's reasoning through the implications of everything she's doing. She's not playing chess 3 moves ahead like she should be.
Mm-hmm. And here's another one for you, Rich. This is from Indigo 27. What happens if a witness mentions that the kids are dead or that she was convicted of any crimes? Would that cause a mistrial?
It doesn't automatically cause a mistrial if it's inadvertent, right? If no lawyer has tried to bring that in, if the witness just blurts it out, I think the judge could tell the jury to disregard it. But it would sort of depend on how much was said, when it was said, by whom it was said. I mean, that issue coming in here could be a mistrial issue, but probably not the first time it's said.
Yeah, maybe a curative instruction to the jury, but that would be a big, big bell to unring. Gigi, this one is from Ivy Berlin. Hello from Germany. How exciting is that? We have a German viewer here from Germany. As Lori is presenting herself, is that a lawyer next to her helping?
It's advisory council. So yes, it is an attorney, and she does whisper to the advisory council as well as her investigator a good bit. You know, they're there to offer advice, but not to step in her shoes. It's all on Lori, but she does have that little safety cushion if she has questions about things. And so, yeah, that's who that is.
Mm-hmm. Gigi, I'm wondering if you know the answer to this question. It's from Nina Stanek. Why is Colby Ryan not on the witness list? She told him that Charles had a heart attack. Love from Switzerland. Wow. So we have another European viewer.
Yeah, she did tell Colby that he had a heart attack, but I think for the most part, Colby was not involved in any of this. He was living away from the house when all of this happened, to where had he lived at home, he may know more. He was told by his mother that Charles was having affairs, which was a lie. It was her way of justifying leaving him so suddenly. But I was a little bit puzzled he wasn't on the witness list unless I missed it. But really, he just knows what Lori told him, and I guess that would, that's not enough to maybe even put him through having to come here and do this, because Colby followed Lori obviously from the day he was born and was with her when she was married to Joe Ryan, but he always said that Charles Vallow was the man he considered to be his dad because he was kind to him and he loved him. So maybe not putting him through another trial is what's best, and he just doesn't have much to offer other than what Lori and Tylee said, and of course Tylee is dead at the hands of her mother and not here. So I just don't know that there's much there he could offer.
Yeah, and Rich, really, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, this comment, it's sounds really, it's not great for Lori, but in the grand scheme of things, the state may say this is just, it's kind of small potatoes.
Yeah, well, also, I assume that the prosecutors talked to him and asked him questions, and there could be something else there that they didn't like, that there was some other thing that he would say if he testified, and they just thought, on balance, it's better not to call him. And I don't think I know what that might be.
Gigi, we've got another question for you. This is from Jeff Pogue. What happened to juror 15? The state said they had their phone out. How does that happen?
Yeah, so that was the big question yesterday. What happened was, I believe it was after lunch, the prosecutor said that, I don't know if she saw it or somebody informed her that a juror was on their phone and then a short time later submitted a question in the jury box. So there was some concern there. Maybe the juror was Googling different things about the testimony. And come to find out, he said that he was talking to his daughter or texting his daughter, and then the judge just told that juror not to have your phone out. But yeah, that was a small thing, you know. And here's the thing to point out, Anjanette, we are down to 2 alternates, and we are on day 3 of a multi-week trial. So we really can't afford to lose any more jurors. We've already lost 3. Right.
And that leads,
we lost 2.
Yeah, two alternates that we've already lost, and that's kind of crazy. So we're heading into kind of dangerous territory here. We need everybody to stay healthy, I guess, or the court does, and just stay off phones and all of that stuff. One question for you from Abby S., and this is kind of a good segue into what you were just talking about, Gigi. This is from Abby, as I said. Is there a specific duration the trial is expected to last, and one more trial after this one, right?
Yeah, so we have Brandon Boudreaux's trial that will start pretty soon after this. I think they have a date to start sending out subpoenas, which is a week or 2 after the projected end date of this. This trial expected to last 5 or 6 weeks. I'm not sure if we go that long, especially if Lori's witnesses, for the most part, don't get to come. They were not subpoenaed. Her expert witness hasn't submitted a report. That's yet to be ruled on. But if most of her witnesses aren't called, I think it could shorten the trial. But then again, Lori's doing cross-examine, and on both of these witnesses today, it's been very lengthy. So that might be the standard that does get us to a 5 or 6 week trial, especially when we get these witnesses up on the stand that have known her for years, and we know she doesn't like. I think we see a lot more of what we're seeing right now in the coming days and into next week when people like Kay Woodcock and Christina Atwood take the stand, people that knew her as all this was going on.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. Well, Gigi, it's been awesome again hanging out with you, but we know that court will resume here in just a little bit. So we're going to let you go so you can get back in there and get your seat and do all of that good stuff. So Gigi McKelvey, host of the Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast, thanks so much. We'll sign you off. And Rich, you and I will take it from here. Remember, everybody, we are on the lunch break in Lori Vallow Daybell's trial for the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow back in July of 2019. It's been a crazy day so far in the courtroom, just because Nancy Jo Hancock, a man who went on a date, or a woman rather, who went on a date with Charles Vallow shortly before he was killed, is on the stand. And it was getting pretty heated between her and Lori Vallow Daybell on cross-examination. We've got this question from Valentina CL, and she is watching from Costa Rica, Rich. That's pretty cool. So let me ask you, she says, I have a question. If convicted, will she serve her sentence in Idaho or Arizona? And that's a question we've been getting a lot. So what's your feeling on that? Because Charles was murdered in July of 2019, Rich. You know, he was the first victim in what, you know, prosecutors have said was this grand plan hatched by Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell to get rid of people who stood in the way of their wanting to be together. So do you think Arizona would keep her if she's convicted, or would they send her back to Idaho?
I don't know the answer, because you've identified, right, the 2 factors. This is the earlier crime, but Idaho is the earlier conviction. And I really don't know how that would be worked out. I just don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know either. And it kind of think, you know, if you're looking at chronology, yeah, he was first, but Idaho had 3 other victims too. So maybe that's just something they'd work out between the states. Question from Zachary's mama. And she is, it looks like, from Canada. As juicy as this is, how is any of this relevant? And, I'm wondering about that too, Rich. I think part of it is relevant because this woman had been on a date with Charles shortly before his murder. And she talked to him about kind of like what was going on at that point in time in his life.
Yeah, well, the testimony, as I understand it, the witness was just there sort of to help with the timeline that he was on this date, and then she tried to get back in touch with him and couldn't, and found out that he had been killed. And that was the purpose. This other stuff about what Charles said to her on the date, it's of questionable relevance. It's arguably hearsay. It has a lot of problems, which is why Lori Vallow Daybell shouldn't go anywhere near this on cross-examination. That's what we say when we're talking about opening the door. She's going to, by her questions, open the door to bring in all of that stuff about exactly what he told this woman about their marriage, the end of the marriage. I don't know exactly what he's going to say, or she's going to say. I don't know exactly how it's relevant. It could be a stretch.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see, as they say. So this next question comes from Denise. Rich, can the judge stop Lori from questioning Nancy if Lori keeps harassing Nancy? With love, from Australia.
Sure. The judge can, first of all, the prosecution can object if the questions are harassing. The judge can sustain an objection and can tell the witness she doesn't have to answer a question. And sometimes judges will even do that without an objection made, although it has to be pretty egregious for a judge to step in without an objection.
Yeah, I would think so. He'd have to just shut it down. And he'd have to do it in a way, well, I guess he could do whatever he wants. He's been pretty patient, Rich. I think this judge has been incredibly patient with Lori kind of pushing back on him and kind of pushing his patience to the limits.
Yeah, it's so hard to be a judge when you have a pro se litigant like this, because they're not doing it the right way, but you're honor bound to protect their constitutional right to defend themselves, but you don't want to help them too much because that's unfair to the state that's prosecuting the case. It's a really hard task, and so far I think he's doing an excellent job.
Here's our next question, Rich. This is from Frank 903-2003. Could Lori be deemed unfit during the trial? What if she loses it in her own way? Is that a possibility that she could be determined to be incompetent in the middle of her own trial as she's representing herself?
It's a possibility, but she would have to do something really egregious to cause that kind of change. They would have to really go off the rails.
Yeah, I would think so. Let's do one more question. This one's from Joyce. Will the judge dismiss the court for the day if she gets zapped? And that's talking about the rack belt. What would happen if that happened, Rich?
Well, I think it depends why she got zapped. If things got to the point where she had to be zapped, then I do think probably court would be done for the day, depending on the circumstances. There would be some larger issue. You don't just give her a jolt and put her back in front of the jury. So right. Probably it would be adjourned.
And it's an 8-second jolt. I was looking into this belt. They said that it's activated for 8 seconds, and that's quite a zap. It's around somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 volts, I think. Let's take a look at a little bit of Lori Vallow Daybell, Rich, in action, in court, and then we're going to talk about it on the other side.
Firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay, Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have.
It's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair.
So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense.
Teach them to shoot till the threat went away, and that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
Okay, that's fair.
So makes sense. That's fair. She kind of adds these little kind of things onto the end of testimony, Rich, and the judge kind of told her, like, don't do that. But she's done it anyway. So your thoughts on just that little bit of Lori in court?
Yeah, that is a hard thing to learn when you're becoming trained to ask questions. Your job is to ask a question, then you get an answer from a witness, then you ask another question. You're not supposed to comment on the answer. You're not there to comment. You're there to ask questions. And it's not how a conversation goes. So for a layperson to stand up and try to examine a witness, it's actually much more difficult than it looks. I think she's comported herself okay. She's been articulate. She's asked some reasonable questions, but it's obvious she's not trained to do this.
Yeah, very obvious. And I part of me wonders, has she listened to her advisory council? Have they given her advice? And part of me wonders, Rich, has she been watching television shows while she's been incarcerated? I mean, she's been in jail now and in prison for years. And so she's got nothing else to do but possibly read and watch television. I mean, is she watching old Law and Order shows and she's thinking, I can do this?
Yeah, I mean, she may be thinking that. I mean, she's also, as we said before, she's been in long legal proceedings of her own. She's watched a variety of lawyers in action. So to me, this is an opportunity she has. I mean, she's going to be in prison for the rest of her life, right? So this is an opportunity for her to dress up, do her hair, stand up in front of a jury, be the center of attention, confront witnesses like we're seeing today that she doesn't like, ask questions. This is her maybe last best opportunity to have a moment where she feels like she's in control. And that might work for the moment. It's not going to help her in her legal case. It's not going to help her win. But I don't know if winning's all that important given what she's already been convicted of.
Mm-hmm. And she is appealing in Idaho. So she's kind of brought that up in some motions because she was upset that she felt some of her communications with her appellate team in Idaho, that the prosecutors may have been listening to those. So that came up. So she's appealing that conviction. We're going to take a listen to Lori, but I just wanted to we're going to listen to her opening statement, but I wanted to remind everybody we're on the lunch break right now. So court will be resuming here in a little bit. We're taking your questions. So keep those coming into our YouTube chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can. You guys always have really great questions. But Rich, let's listen to Lori Vallow Daybell when she was giving her opening statement. This is a clip from the other day, and then we'll see what you have to say about it.
Evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019.
So, Rich, she's laying the stage, setting the stage, laying the groundwork for the jury to kind of buy into this whole thing about Tylee coming out of the room with the bat, trying to protect her mom, and that they never got along. They had this terrible relationship. So your thoughts on her talking about her daughter, who she was convicted of being a part of murdering, during her opening statement?
Yeah, well, I think I think that's strategic on her part to bring up the daughter and to try to paint the victim as somehow being bad. He had a bad relationship with the daughter. He may be to blame. She's got this theory that Alex was just trying to protect Tylee. That is part of her story. I don't really think that's what the evidence is going to show, despite how many times she said the evidence will show, but we will see.
Yeah, we shall see. We've got some more questions coming in, Rich. Good questions from the viewers, as always. This one comes from Ciela Sakuraba. Now I really want to know, I want to ask at what point questions like this that have been asked would be recognized as harassment. And I believe that Ciela is talking about the questions to Nancy Joe. It feels like they are tired of her. Greetings from Croatia.
Yeah, well, the first objection you have to a repeat question is what we call asked and answered. A question shouldn't be asked twice and answered twice. That should draw an objection from the opposing lawyer, and the judge should sustain that. On cross-examination, the judge will allow a little bit of leeway because you're cross-examining, but he's not going to allow it to become argumentative and just a fight between questioner and witness. And when it becomes that kind of battle, the judge will step in and put a stop to it.
Yeah, most definitely. Now we have a question from Ireland. So it's evening over in Ireland. This one is from Martin Krajic. I have a question. Who will pay for Lori's witnesses for the travel and expenses? Thanks.
That is a good question, and I don't know the answer. I mean, she's getting, right, she's got this advisory attorney. I think there's also a paralegal. So to some extent, she's getting public defense funding. I assume that also takes care of the witnesses, but I don't know how they do it there.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, she's getting all of this help from the county, so I would assume the county is footing the bill to bring in her witnesses. We are going to do another question. This one's from PH from the UK. Thanks for watching from the UK, PH. How is it possible that the jury can be impartial to this case? Lori and Chad seem to have been known worldwide.
Well, that's what you go through in voir dire. I mean, the question is, do you know about the case? And then if jurors do know, the question is, have you formed an opinion, and are you able to listen to the evidence and reach an objective decision based on the evidence that you see in this case? And the court will only put people on the jury that the court believes meets that requirement. So it is hard, but not everybody pays attention to these cases. Not everybody, certainly in Arizona, knew about what was happening in Idaho. So they were able to secure a jury, although, like you, Anjanette, I'm a little bit worried about the number of alternates left.
Yeah, I think we're getting into dangerous territory. This case is supposed to go on the trial for 5 weeks, Rich.
Yeah, for two alternates left, I mean, that is a real dice roll. And if Lori's thinking this through, she'll prolong it as much as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got some other questions coming in. This one is from Moki, and we don't have the answer to this question. I'm sure you don't, but it's interesting to talk about. Do Chad and Lori keep in touch? Rich, do you think that would even be allowed? They've both been convicted of 3 homicides in Idaho, killing Tylee, JJ, Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife. Chad is on death row. Would they be allowed to stay in touch, through the prison app system, the messaging system, or would they have to do paper letters, or would that even be allowed?
So I would think they could do paper letters, but they would be read on the way out and read on the way in. I mean, no one's going to allow them to have unfettered communication where they could be saying who knows what. Any kind of communications would be reviewed by the authorities, I think. Yeah, I don't know if there's an app system in place.
Yeah, there's this I could message prisoners if I wanted to. Like but I don't think that they would allow inmates to possibly message each other. I don't know that.
You can't let inmates have that kind of unfettered communication for obvious reasons. But could one of them mail the other a letter? I don't see why not.
Yeah. This question is from Jay and Jay's mom, 47. What happens if there are no more alternate jurors?
Well, this is the problem. If you run out of if you're down to 12, it means if you lose one more juror, it's a mistrial. And that's it. You need 12 jurors to reach a verdict in this case. And if you don't have them at the end of the testimony, at the end of deliberations for a verdict, you can't get a verdict. So it's a do-over. And to only have, I guess would they start out with 4 or 5 alternates?
I thought it was 4, but it sounds like it might be 5. So I would double check that.
Yeah, I would have expected 6 at a minimum on a case like this, high profile, expected to last more than a month. I know it's hard to get jurors in, but if it drops below 12, we're done.
Yeah, if they run out of alternates, they are going to have to hold their breath and hope that they don't lose any more. Rich, Lori Vallow Daybell was cross-examining a detective earlier today. So let's take a look at that and then we'll discuss.
You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right.
Okay, so this guy's been on the stand, I'm sure, many times, and he says, actually, I do know if he was, laying back, falling back, whatever. But she's trying to make a point there, like, you don't know what time he died, but that's not his job. That's not his job, Rich, right?
Well, no, it's not his job. And also, a basic rule of cross-examination, you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. So for her to say you don't really know the position he was in and then get smacked with him saying, actually, yes, I do, that is an inexperienced cross-examiner walking into a witness who's prepared. And that was a mistake. That's an unforced error.
Yeah, and these police officers, detectives in particular, they're professional witnesses. They're trained on how to testify. So they go to court all the time.
Yep, they're ready. They're better trained than she is, so she shouldn't mess around. There's really no reason to ask any of those questions anyway, because she's only having him confirm that he didn't testify to things that he didn't testify to. So why do you even have to ask that question?
Yeah, it doesn't. I think she maybe thought she was making a point. We'll see. Question from Jen Go. Will Lori be forced to pay restitution in lawsuits or her Social Security fraud?
I don't know the status of that litigation against her. I think conceivably, although I also don't know if she has any assets left whatsoever. So you can't get blood from a stone.
And here's another question. This one is from True Crime Yaya. Can the prosecution ask the witness if Charles told her about Lori's affair?
See, this is the problem with opening the door. Ordinarily, the answer to that question is no, because it's hearsay, it's not relevant. But if Lori starts asking this witness, what did Charles say about me? She has opened the door to that question, and then I would think the prosecutor could charge in and ask all of that.
Yeah, I would most certainly think so. And she's been warned. So we'll have to see what happens after lunch. Here's a question from Jada Ramirez. Being that she has already been convicted of the murder of her 2 children, Rich, will this play a part in the potential verdict?
Well, I think the idea is it won't, that it's keeping it out, certainly. In fact, the murders of the 2 children are not going to be introduced at this trial, and certainly not the conviction. Again, there's a problem of having her defend herself and potentially opening the door to those issues being explored, which she very much does not want to do.
Mm-hmm. Question from Mimi K. Does Lori go to sidebar too? And yeah, she does, Rich. I mean, they put on the little headsets, which I actually think is a great way to do sidebars instead of everybody huddling up to the judge's bench. But she's on those sidebars.
Right. She is her lawyer, so she is participating to the full extent that a lawyer would. And I agree with you. I like the headphones better than when we all gather at the bench and they put on kind of that sound blocker in the background that doesn't work very well. I like the headphones better too.
Here's one from Rona McCaw. Or maybe it's Rana McCaw, sorry. Rana from the UK. Why is Lori being allowed to call Charles her husband as he isn't? Chad is. That's actually a very interesting question. And I noticed she continues to refer to Charles as her husband. Yes, he was still technically her husband when this happened. But I think she's trying to show the jury, Rich, that, oh, I loved this man. He was my husband.
Oh, I totally agree. I think that's what she's trying to say is that, you know, whatever our relationship went through, he was still my husband. We were still co-parents. I still loved him. I think that is the point she's trying to make here. And, you know, I think the prosecution is going to have an answer to that.
Yeah, most definitely. This is another good question from Nina Stanek. Can Chad Daybell, be called as a witness by Lori?
Can Chad be called as a witness by Lori? I guess I'd have to think through what she would have him testify to, how she would get him there. I think it's theoretically possible, but I'd really have to think about what the point of the testimony would be. And by the way, putting on Chad as a witness, I mean, talk about opening doors. Why would she want to do that?
There's no benefit. It seems to me like there would be zero benefit to calling Chad Daybell. What's he going to say? And she could put him in legal jeopardy by doing so.
Right. He might just take the fifth because he's got his own legal proceedings going on. I don't see that realistically that working.
Yeah, me either. Let's take a look at some of the body camera footage from that day. This is after the police officers arrive, after Alex Cox, Lori's now deceased brother, shot and killed Charles. So let's take a look.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors took us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", and 20?
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when this shooting happened?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Officer Robert Krautheim, and he is talking about his body camera footage, and you saw Lori just kind of standing there, and she seemed very calm. And this came up a couple of times during the first day of witness testimony, just how calm she seemed when her husband, Charles, was laying inside dead.
Right. So you used the word calm, and the other word we heard the other day during this testimony was nonchalant.
Right.
And this video, too, is interesting. Look at the juxtaposition between Lori Vallow Daybell on the one hand and Tylee. And I know she's younger. I know she's essentially a minor, but she's upset, right, about what's happening. You can see that on her face when the video pans to her. Lori Vallow Daybell does not look upset. She does not look particularly bothered. And I think that's a really bad look, and one of the reasons the prosecutors brought out this video so early in the presentation.
Yeah, she certainly just is kind of hanging out. And on cross-examination, she brought up how hot it was that day. So I think she's probably going to talk about, well, it was really hot. This is where I think she might be going with that. Let's get to another question, Rich. This is from Sharada Ramanathan. Is Alex's wife, Zulema, going to testify? Well, I guess I'll take that one. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to have to double check the witness list for the state. So I will get another question for you. Question from Sherry Brackett, Rich. Do you think Lori will represent herself in the Brandon Boudreaux trial? And this is the next trial after this one, Rich. This is where she is accused of being a part of the plan to try to murder. It didn't, thankfully, go through. There was a shooting where a shot was taken at Brandon Boudreaux. So do you think that she'll represent herself at that trial as well?
If you're making me bet right now, which I guess is what is happening, I would say yes. But it depends, I think, on how the rest of this trial goes. It depends a little bit on the result of this trial. It depends how she feels. It depends if she thinks she's had her moment in the spotlight and her chance to confront witnesses. Maybe she'll be over it by the next trial. So right now, I would say yes, but I think it could go either way.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go now to maybe some other questions. Maggie is asking, has any of the evidence proved what Lori is stating? She's stating basically that, the evidence, she said what the evidence is going to show, Rich, the other day. She said it's going to show all of this stuff and that this was a family tragedy and that this was self-defense, an act of self-defense by her brother. Have you seen anything so far that is showing that this was self-defense?
No, I haven't. But in fairness, we haven't really gotten to that evidence yet, right? We've seen mostly kind of crime scene testimony about what was at the scene. We have this testimony today from the woman who went out with the victim prior to him being killed. So we haven't really gotten into what happened on that day, but I haven't seen that evidence yet.
Mm-hmm. And here's one from Michael Carell. Michael is asking, doesn't Lori open herself to perjury and openly being married to Chad in Hawaii and saying that she is still married to Charles?
Well, so first of all, she's not. It depends when she's saying that. Is he asking by saying it in the question she's asking?
I think that's what I'm gathering Michael means, because she's saying my husband. And at the time that this happened, he was still her husband. So, and she's not testifying. She's asking questions.
Well, that's right. And she's not under oath. So as a point of procedure, she's not open to perjury because nothing she's done yet. Her opening statement isn't under oath. Her questions aren't under oath. Her comments to the judge aren't oath. So there's no perjury element yet. That would be if she testifies.
Rich, let's go back to this whole thing about Lori being nonchalant at the scene, as you said, because that was the big word the other day. A lot of people were going back and forth with that on Twitter and in other spaces. So let's take a look at Lori cross-examining Officer Robert Krautheim, and then we'll talk about it.
When I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
Tomato, tomato.
Okay.
Tomato, tomato. Okay, so that was Officer Robert Krautheim. Rich, I do want to let everybody know before we talk about this that court has gone back into session. We, of course, have that 30-minute delay. So as soon as we catch back up with that, we'll take you right back into court. So stay with us here and keep those questions coming into the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. So, Rich, what do you think about Lori in action on cross-examination, questioning Officer Krautheim about what he said on direct?
Well, she asked an improper question. I mean, for her to say, wouldn't it have been more out of character if I had been emotional at the scene because everyone else was calm? That's not a proper question for a witness. That's an argument that a lawyer would make after eliciting the testimony. It's fine to ask, well, everybody else was calm, weren't they? And then you make the argument. But she doesn't quite know what she's doing, so she trips over an improper question.
And then she loses her way in her notes, which I'm sure happens, but a lawyer probably would just pause for a moment, take a breath, and then turn the page, right?
So I would say, that she actually is doing an okay job plodding on even after she encounters a hiccup. Like there have been multiple times where there's been an objection sustained, she's been told she couldn't ask something, and she proceeds. I haven't seen her get wildly thrown off, and I think actually that's something that young lawyers struggle with very much, and she's doing an okay job.
Yeah. We've got more questions coming in. Keep those coming in. This one is from Lady Stardust. And this one asks, what did the judge not allow in this trial, i.e. the murdered kids, murdered Tammy, cult beliefs, Chad affair, etc.? Well, that's not coming up right now. That's not being brought in, Rich, but also some of her witnesses were excluded, like Nate Eaton, the reporter from East Idaho News, because he wanted to be in the courtroom, and they determined he didn't have anything to offer for this. So there has been some stuff that's been kept out, and the judge is trying to keep this trial clean and keep it focused on Charles's death.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, this is a complicated situation because you have these other murders that probably are probative to the events at issue, but they're so prejudicial, the judge isn't going to allow them into the trial. He's got to draw that line and be careful about it, and I think that's what he's doing. The Nate Eaton thing was ridiculous. It made no sense why he would be a witness, and the judge shut that down.
And a lot of people, Rich, thought that she put him on the witness list simply to keep him out of the trial, that she didn't want him in the courtroom. And because there was going to be that separation of witnesses order, he wouldn't have been allowed into the courtroom. So he had gone to Hawaii, questioned her, he was with Dateline. And a lot of people think it was by design. She just didn't want him in there.
Yep, she would not be the first litigant to put someone on a witness list to try to keep him out of court. That's an old strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Dion asks, can they bring up the fact that Chad arranged Charles's cremation? Does that matter? Would it matter?
I find that to be not relevant. I don't think that would be allowed.
It's the Real World asks, is Nancy Jo going to talk again? Yes. She's being cross-examined right now by Lori Vallow Daybell. So she could be up there for some time, Rich, depending on how long the judge lets this go on.
Right, depending on how long the judge lets it go on. And depending on whether Lori Vallow Daybell opens the door by the questions that the judge allows, in which case you're going to get a very substantial redirect by the prosecution.
Most definitely. Our next question is from Maggie. What is this 30-minute delay here on the East Coast? It's a 1.5-hour lunch break. Well, the judge just determined that he was going to delay this. And this happens sometimes in these trials, Rich, where judges say, you know what, in case there are any issues, we're just going to delay this. I'll allow a live stream, but we're going to delay it 30 minutes. Things can happen. A juror can pop up on camera. A number of things can happen in trials where they just want to delay it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. You know, Anjanette, we've talked about this before. I'm a super advocate of cameras in the courtroom.
Me
I think
too.
there should be. I think there should be transparency. I think the American people should be able to see these proceedings. But having a half-hour delay just as a protective device in case something egregious happens, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem either. I'd much rather have the live feed and the camera in the courtroom than none at all. So I think we'll take the 30-minute delay because it could have been different. Let's talk now about this question from MRR CBM with an American flag. Why have they lost jurors? I missed it. Well, there was one, it seemed like a financial hardship, Rich, that juror on the first day. So they let that person go. And then there was another juror. We still never got the answer, but there was a second juror dismissed or excused yesterday. So those are those two reasons. American Justice is not asking what the deceased said to the date, meaning Mary Jo or Nancy Jo Hancock, not hearsay in itself. So the question isn't asking Nancy Jo what Charles said to her, isn't that hearsay? And I guess, why is that allowed?
So it would be hearsay because it's an out-of-court statement by somebody who's not subject to cross-examination. Now, it could fall into some sort of hearsay exception if he was reporting to her like what we call present sense impressions of what was going on. I'd have to think through if it fell into some other sort of exceptions. But if Lori Vallow Daybell brings out the testimony without an objection by the prosecution, then she can't object when the prosecution says, what else did he say? That's why we keep talking about her opening the door.
Yeah, definitely. And there are a number of exceptions to the hearsay rule, so that you'll see that sometimes in these trials. Let's get to some more questions. Just to remind everybody, court is back in session. Lori Vallow Daybell is cross-examining Nancy Jo Hancock. She is the woman who went on a date with Charles Vallow shortly before he was shot and killed by Alex Cox. So we will get you back into court as soon as the feed catches up, and we can do that. But until then, we're taking your questions, so drop those into the chat. This next one comes, Rich, from Ciela Sakuraba. Is there a limit on the number of objections Lori can cause before she could be held in contempt? Is that even possible?
These questions are awesome, by the way. I love these questions.
Yeah, they have great questions.
So there's no limit. There's no number. You don't get 10 objections, but you don't get 11. The judge is always going to use his or her discretion to maintain decorum in the courtroom. And it varies a lot depending on the judges. I mean, some judges have a very quick trigger finger to tell you, don't ask another question like that, or there's going to be consequences. If it gets serious, sometimes that's why they'll have a sidebar, because the judge will want to admonish the questioner, but out of the hearing of the jury, so it doesn't look like he's coming down on them in front of the jury, but we'll say at a sidebar, you can't go there, you have to stop that line of questioning. And usually, eventually, the lawyer or questioner here will listen to the judge before there's a serious repercussion.
Who is Nancy Jo? This is from Grant's Pants. Well, Grant's in your pants. So Nancy Jo is the woman who Charles went on a date with shortly before he was shot and killed. So she thought when he wasn't responding to her that he had ghosted her, but he had been killed, and she didn't learn until much later that he had died. So it's really sad and horrible. This question is from Eve in Germany. If Lori testifies, Rich, what happens if the jury has a question about the children? Tylee would be 22 years old now. And remember, Rich, in this case and in Arizona, the jurors can submit questions to the judge and the jurors can ask questions.
Yeah, I know that. And I struggle a little bit with jurisdictions that allow the jurors to ask questions. I understand why there's some public support for that, but I have some concerns about it. But let me answer this question. If the jury asks a question that goes into matters that the court has ruled are irrelevant or prejudicial, then the court's not going to ask that question. That's why the questions go to the court before they go to the witness. So the court can screen out questions that can't be asked for one reason or another. And one of the reasons is if it's subject matter that's been ruled not relevant or not admissible in the proceeding.
Mm-hmm. So we are going to get a question now from Alicia Southern, and she asks, did Nate Eaton actually get served, or did she just put him on the list? And, you know, my recollection from the hearing was that she had not served him with a subpoena, but he had filed a motion on his own seeking to be, you know, excluded from the witness list, and then he hired a lawyer, Rich.
Yeah, I don't know if he had a subpoena or not, but I do recall the same thing you did, that he had a lawyer go in and make a motion on his own behalf.
Mm-hmm. So Nuevo Sistemo is asking, so why exactly is Lori here targeting Nancy Joe other than to stupidly, insipidly... So Nuevo's got some opinions here. Why is Lori targeting Nancy Joe other than to stupidly and insipidly gaslight poor Nancy Joe? Because there is no logic. We kind of talked about this earlier, Rich, but what do you think? Why do you think she's going after Nancy Joe so hard?
Well, there's a personal possibility and there's a strategic possibility. So strategically, if there's any strategy involved in this, it's because Lori Vallow Daybell wants the jury to believe she was still in love with her husband, and therefore she will display for them that she was actually jealous about this woman who went on a date with him. That would be the strategic reason. But it could be purely personal, that she wants to poke at this woman for some personal reason, and this is an opportunity. This is the only chance she's ever going to have the rest of her life to ask her questions, and she's going to go for it.
And remember, Rich, during her opening statement, she made Charles out to be somebody who could be aggressive and that was trying to attack her that day. And, you know, she made this sound like he wasn't all that great of a guy and that he had threatened her over text message. So she could say, oh, you know, I was the victim. I loved him, but he was the one coming after me.
Right. She is sort of trying to portray like a battered spouse. I know she hasn't said those words, but that's the relationship that she's trying to suggest here.
Mm-hmm. Ann Winters asks, did Charles die before or after Tammy? Before, a few months before, to be exact. Tammy Z says, they are saying in the chat that Lori will not be questioning Nancy about her narrative on what was discussed about Lori. Is this true? So disappointing if true. Maybe she's not going to be. Maybe she changed her mind over lunch, Rich. That would probably be a good idea if Lori said, you know what, I'm not going to go into that. If she, her cooler head prevailed.
That would be much better strategy. I don't see anything she has to gain from going into that subject matter, and I only see it coming back to haunt her.
Mm-hmm. Alicia Southern is back with another question. Do you all think she still would have killed him if he listened to his date and told her she was off the policy?
It's a good question. I don't know. My view of this is it's not solely a financial motive. So I'm going to say maybe, because I've always viewed this as the whole set of crimes was Lori Vallow Daybell trying to clear the deck to have this new life with this new man and get all of these impediments to that new life out of her way. And the money might have been a cherry on top, but I'm not sure it was the only motivation.
Let's look now at Trina Kay, the prosecutor on this case. Let's watch her talking about what she believed was going on surrounding Charles's death and why she believes Lori conspired with her brother to kill Charles. Take a listen.
Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban.
So she's kind of getting into the religious aspect of this right there. Trina Kay is, Rich.
Yeah, so first of all, it's a lot to unpack if you're the prosecutor doing an opening statement on this case, because there's really a lot of stuff going on. And as we've said, there are things you're not allowed to say. But this religion part is important. And the prosecutor's spin on it, which I think is correct, that this is not true religion. These are people using religion as an excuse and a justification to do what they want. And I think that that was an important theme to tell the jury up front. I understood why she did it.
From Nomad, and I think we know the answer. Will the state bring up the whole zombie thing? And I think they have to. I mean, they've brought up the religion part of this, and, you know, Lori thought that, or she was saying that she thought Charles was a zombie, that he was Ned Snyder.
Yep, light soul, dark soul, zombies, all of that is very much part of the story here of the prosecution. They're going to have to bring that up.
I love this question. And guys, remember, we're still taking your questions here for a little bit longer. We're going to get you right back into court as soon as the court feed catches up. We're on that 30-minute delay, so you don't have too much longer to wait. But let's get this question from Adrian Ferguson. This is a good one, Rich. And keep the questions coming in, guys. If you could ask Lori one question, any question, what would it be? And she has to answer. And I know what I would ask. Do you know what you would ask?
I mean, I think honestly, I would ask her, you know, was it all worth it?
Yeah.
That's probably what I'd ask her.
Yeah, and that was kind of along the lines of mine. But that's a yes or no question. So she, she's kind of acting like she still didn't do this. So I was going to ask, do you have any regrets? And that's a yes or no question too. But it's almost like I'd want her to say more. But, would she say more? Do you think she could limit it to yes or no? Would she say things?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting hypothetical question. She has to answer, she has to tell the truth. So I went right to a yes or no question because that's mostly what we ask on cross-examination.
Yeah.
I don't have witnesses who are compelled to tell me the truth and all of the truth on cross-examination. Generally, they're trying hard not to.
Yeah, most definitely. Our next question is from Abby S. What warrants a shock for Lori, like speaking out, saying specific things? I don't think that's going to do it, Rich.
No, I think that the shock thing, the belt is there for security. It's there instead of having her in shackles. It's to prevent her from escaping. It's to prevent her from being in a physical altercation. It is not there to monitor her performance as a substitute trial lawyer.
Next question from Victoria. How is Lori going to explain that she originally claimed she was not present and then flipped and admitted she was present. So how does she explain that there may be some discrepancies in her story?
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem for her, the discrepancies in the story. And also, back to our discussion of nonchalantness, it's not just that she was nonchalant at the crime scene. The whole way she leaves and takes JJ to school and stops and buys flip-flops, and I think they go to Burger King. I mean, there's a whole nonchalant set of activities after the shooting, and then she ends up back at the scene looking like nothing special has happened that day, and she tells a story that turns out not to be correct. Those are really problematic facts for her.
Yeah, most definitely. And she's saying, well, Charles promised JJ the Burger King, so I wanted to take him, and we had to get flip-flops because the pavement was hot. So she's got kind of an answer for everything.
I mean, someone's been shot. Don't you drive directly to the police? I mean, what are you talking about? He wanted Burger King, so he went to Burger King. That's ridiculous.
Well, we'll see when she gets up there and testifies. I mean, I don't think she's going to change her mind on this. I think she will testify still. That's just my feeling. Peggy asks, Rich, is there anything Lori could do or say to cause a mistrial in her own case?
It's hard for her to cause a mistrial as a defendant on her own behalf, because if she goes into the subject matter that's been deemed inadmissible and prejudicial, it's been deemed that on her behalf. So if she goes into it, she's causing her own problem, and that's not going to equal a mistrial. If she starts to act out in court, the judge is going to shut it down before it gets to mistrial. The judge's number one job here, is to make sure this trial goes to verdict. And he's going to do his best to do that.
Yeah, most definitely. Lisa Pridmore asks, a little confused. So why wasn't Lori's brother never was arrested for Chad's death? I thought they said her brother said he did it. Well, I think you mean for Charles's death. But he died. I mean, they were, he died in December of natural causes. So, we're still kind of getting facts about this, but, Charles was shot and killed in July. They take off for Idaho, and then Alex dies in December. So the investigation was probably still going on.
Do you remember when the bodies of the children were discovered?
They weren't discovered until the following year, until 2020, but they were killed in September of 2019.
I think the authorities at the beginning bought the self-defense, or at least that this was an altercation, and changed their mind as more facts came to light as the months went forward.
Mm-hmm. We're going to do one more question, and this one comes from Rocker Chick. She says she would actually ask Lori, "Are you nonchalant?" Rich, what's your response to that?
I think Lori would say I'm nonchalant when I should be, and chalant when I should be.
Yes, most definitely. Actually, we'll do one more. Can the jury ask Nancy Jo what I think you mean Charles, what Charles said about Lori, and will the judge allow it? We talked about this before, Rich. It could be allowed under certain exceptions.
Yeah, but I think if generally speaking, we've decided that those facts are irrelevant, and Lori decides not to ask those questions, I don't see the judge letting the jury ask the question either.
Yeah. All right, Rich, it's been so fun hanging out with you. I hope we can do it again sometime. And everybody, it's been fun hanging out with you too, but we're on that 30-minute delay, and court will be caught up very, very soon. So we're going to be ending our Q&A lunch show right here. So you know what that means. It's time to go refill your snacks. Go get some more water. Joyce was talking about wine yesterday. I have nothing to do with that. So everybody, go do what you need to do and then get right back here to the live stream. Rich, again, it was great hanging out with you. Everybody, it was great hanging out with you too. So we will see you back here at the same time tomorrow. I'm Anjanette Levy. Have a great night.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The prosecuting attorneys present, the defendants present. Will continue with the cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Ms. Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show, and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him?
To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
question.
Argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
one message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then?
maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreaux.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreaux.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him?
Or I don't know that I even met him. I was there, he was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview, and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
Well, he was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th?
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away, and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just...
Thank you. That's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was dead?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised, given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had, and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences?
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV, and it was talking about a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement, yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you was accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this straight. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again, and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said, sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at?
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at?
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep. ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question? Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recesses at this time. Please remember your admonition.
All right, so jury.
All right, please be seated. We're back on the record. The jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Okay, let me go get her.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Let's start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but...
Sometime after that?
Yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, and I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home, and so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? But you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
And who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those two children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or two, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what was going on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
So if you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time.
That you went there with?
That I went there, yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better back
For
then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
them that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No. Not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
During that meeting, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was
not.
She was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he had been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially, you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
Without going into their hearsay, let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting, though?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recess for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Again, I'll remind you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, to the jury.
Else will be at recess for the day.
Thank you. I apologize, Your Honor. I
Good.
said I apologize for not having a person here.